अरे अभी क्या ये बोले ना तू पता चलता है। यार सिग्नल नहीं आ रहे मेरे ख्याल से। आ रहे आ रहे आ रहे सिग्नल तो आ रहे। वो बढ़ लिए। टू पे मैंने माइक लगाया है, वन पे मैंने जनरल खोला हुआ है।
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We have a welcome to Happy Birthday. This is Ali and I'm Mira.
अरे यार एक तो ये बड़ा मसला होगा मेरे साथ यार। यार मेरे पास जनरल आ रहा है। यानी एक मैंने जनरल पे खोला हुआ है, एक मैंने टू।
Hello.
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 Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are now live from Karachi Boat Club. This is Aleen Hussain.
And I'm Mira Muzaffar.
We will be highlighting the action happening here at KBC for you today. Today is the first day of the water events for the 13th annual KBC Regatta.
This year we have 12 schools participating in the event. The finals for... We apologize for the delay.
We are now on event number 2, which is under 15 youth boys double sculls. The schools participating in this event are Lane 1 CAS, Lane 2 BVA, Lane 3 TIA, and Lane 4 KGS. You can now see most of the boats have already arrived at the starting point.
Just to update you with the results, the first race was under 15 boys single scull, and in lane 3 we had KGS, in lane 4 we had TIA, with KGS coming in first, TIA came in second.
This year, a lot of changes have been adopted in light of the ongoing pandemic. We are grateful to all our schools who are participating, our sponsors.
We're grateful to all our sponsors and other partners who have participated in this rowing event, whom without we could not. With whom without this could not be possible.
This is to ensure everyone's safety. Please have your masks on at all times, maintain 3 feet distance from each other, and avoid sharing water and physical contact with each other, including congratulatory hugs. Thank you.
We would also like to thank you all for joining us live via YouTube. We really wish you could be here, but it was imperative to restrict the audience for yours and our safety. For those here, everyone is following SOPs, everyone is keeping their mask on, and minimum 3 feet distance.
We can now see the participants have lined up for the races. This is race number 2.
We're about to start off with race number 2, under 15 boys double scull, CAS lane 1, Bayview Academy lane 2, TIA lane 3, and KGS lane 4. For the under 15 category, this race is typically shorter than a normal ISR race length, which is 1,000 meters, but this race is about 500 meters.
And the race has begun. It's a good start from all schools. However, lane 1 seems to be in lead. That is CAS.
CAS definitely is getting a lead.
Bayview and TIA somewhat neck to neck. Bayview has about a 5 to 10 meter lead. CAS seem to be comfortably in a lead. You can see TIA picking up. It's a short race.
Bayview Academy is catching up to CAS. They might overtake them. It's very close.
It's very tough overtaking a boat in a short race. However, you can see Bayview doing an
CS is
excellent
slowing
job.
it up.
Bayview has picked up really well. However, CES are still in lead.
We're approaching the end of the race. As you can hear, everyone's cheering for their...
They have now reached the red buoys, which are about the last 100 meters of the race. You're supposed to go all out, give it your all. These last overs could really be a game changer for anyone. CES now crossing the red buoys. And it's CAS for the win. Bayview Academy in second place.
Good job. That was a very close race.
TIA in third place. And we have hello, hello.
Race number 4, under 50 youth girls double scull, heat A.
We're now getting ready for the third race of the day. Under 15 girls double scull. Sorry, single scull. B Academy lane, BGM lane 3 and
Result of number 2, CS first, Baby Academy second, TIA third, KGS fourth. Race number 4, under 15 youth girls double scull, TIA lane 2, Baby Academy lane 3, KGS lane 4. Please take your votes out. Youth girls double scull.
For those of you who aren't here today, at Karachi Boat Club, the weather is beautiful. There's very little wind, a low current. Aline, do you think whether the conditions of the water and the wind affect the way you row?
It could really be a game changer. The width, the weather, the lanes, everything.
Yeah, I feel like everyone who has a race right now is pretty lucky. Because I remember in the last few ISRs, the weather conditions were awful. It was windy. There was a strong current, and the current was going against the race.
So now the junior girls lining up for the race. Do you think they're nervous, Mira?
I mean, I would definitely be nervous. It's the first day of the outdoor
Only
heat.
15 years of age. I think being a sculler that young is great.
It's incredible. Rowing is such a technical sport. It takes a while to pick up, especially for a single scull when balance is key. And at 15 years old, this is a really good skill to have. Aline, tell us a little bit about yourself. You've rowed before, right?
I've been rowing for 8 years now.
Oh, wow. That is a long time.
It is.
Do you remember your first double race?
I remember my first single race, which was under 15 also, but back then we didn't start from the 500-meter point. We had to pull an entire 1,000 meters.
Okay, so these guys have it lucky today.
Yes, they do.
How did you train for such a long race?
Half of them are just curious.
Race number 4, youth girls double scull. Please take your boats out. TIA lane 2, Baby Academy lane 3, KGS lane 4.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to start the third race. The under 15 girls single scull, they're just lining up their boats and waiting for the start. This is also a really critical part because you have to make sure your boat is perfectly centered. And if
It's a quick start, so these girls have nobody holding their boats, no pontoon, nobody holding their boats, so they just have to line up and start.
oh, so basically, if you're not straight, that sets you up for the rest of the race, which is
It does, of course it does.
once again, this is also a 500-meter race. Just to remind you, TIA lane 2, Bayview Academy lane 3, and KGS lane 4.
Bayview CJM. We've got BVA in lane 2, CJM lane 3, and KGS lane 4.
The race has started off.
And lane 3 seems to be
Lane 2 seems to have a bit of a lead. Lane 2 is picking it up.
You can see KGS in the lead as of now, which is lane 4. And CJM and Bayview seem to be neck to neck.
KGS definitely has a lead. We can see the rowers approaching Karachi Boat Club. They've passed Karachi Boat Club, about to approach the finishing line. KGS is definitely giving it their all. Usually towards the end of the race is when you have to really push hard.
Lane 4 now approaching the last 100 meters, almost at the red, boys. This is the time where you give it your all.
As you can see, the rowers are approaching the finish line. We can tell this because the colors of the...
Boys turn red at the end of the race.
Yeah. I remember when racing, that would be like a relief for me. Like, okay, it's just 20 more oars till the finish line. And the race has ended. What do you think about their performance?
That was excellent. A very close race between CJM and KGS actually.
What you were,
We're going to wait for Kochi to announce the results.
and then we'll announce them on live TV. You were right about the start. With a quick start, you have to keep your boat straight, otherwise it sets you up for failure. Also, I feel the starting of the race.
The results have been announced by head coach. KGS in first place, CJM second place, and Bayview Academy third place.
Race number 5, under 15 youth boys quad. Pre-race final, KGS lane 2, CS lane 3. Please take your votes out. Under 15 youth boys pre-race final, KGS and CS. Please take a vote out.
Our next race is
Under 15 youth boys. It's a quad. It's a pre-race. A pre-race is when you race to determine the lane. And it's not a very stressful race, I feel, but everybody should give it their all just to know what position they're standing in for the finals. What do you think, Mira?
I completely agree with you. I think that regardless if it's a pre-race or if it's a heat, that you should give it your all. Because
Just to know where you're standing for the finals. Thank you.
hello. Sorry guys if we're cutting out, we're just having some audio difficulties, but hopefully they should be resolved very soon. Our next race is race number 4, under 15 youth girls double scull with DIA lane 2, Bayview Academy lane 3, KGS lane 4.
We are now on race number 4. In lane 2, we've got DIA, lane 3, BVA, and lane 4, KGS. This is the under 15 youth girls doubles. This is not a preheat. This is not a pre-race. This is a heat. So
You race to determine your position in the finals. Eileen, double scull races are your specialty, right?
of course they are.
Who's your partner?
Manahil has been my partner since about 6 years.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. What about you? Do you prefer sculling or sweeping?
I prefer sweeping, actually. We haven't seen any sweep rowing today yet, but hopefully later in the day we will be able to. Sculling is a different type of rowing. It's also rowing, but it's done when one person has both oars in their hands. Whereas in sweep rowing, you row with one oar. And sweep rowing is a bit more...
I've always found it to be more technical.
Oh, for sure, because, for example, if you have 4 people on a boat, then the front person holds the right oar, the person behind them holds the left oar, and you have to work together to keep the boat straight. So if one person puts slightly more power, then the direction of the boat's
And it
gone.
all really depends on the cox. The cox is really important. Don't you think so?
For sure. Have you ever been a cox before?
I have not been a cox. I don't think I am smart enough to be one. I think you have to be really technically, you need to know your things to be a cox.
You do. You need to know the
Especially
boat
when you
really
have
well.
all that pressure in a race, you've got to keep the boat straight. You've got to make sure everybody is putting in the same power, even the use of the rudder.
Yeah, and you have to know what motivates your crewmates. You have to speak to
You've
them,
got to know
talk
them
to
personally. Yeah.
I mean, it does seem like the cox has the hardest part of the job, even though they're not the ones doing the rowing. But they are the ones who determine who control the direction of the boat and who keep their teammates going.
This is just to ensure everyone at all times maintain a 3 feet distance from each other, avoid sharing
Final call.
water and
Under
physical
15,
contact,
youth boy.
and including
KGS lane 2,
congratulatory
CS lane 3. Please take a board out.
We would like to thank our sponsors, HPL Asset Management Company, our silver sponsors, Jubilee Life Insurance, our bronze sponsors, United States Educational Foundation in Pakistan, Isa Laboratories, Jafferties, Angro Ploymer and Chemicals, International Steel Limited, Hilton Pharma, Samba Bank, Habib Metropolitan Bank, and Bank Al Habib.
Also, just a reminder, all SOPs are being followed to avoid the spread of COVID-19. After every race, all the oars, all the boats are being sprayed and sanitized. We have 12 schools participating in this inter-school, and all have been training really hard. During these times of COVID, it's been a different kind of year, but that hasn't changed the intensity of rowing, I feel like. And we can see that in the indoor. If you guys tuned in, you would see that I think we broke about 6 records. I don't know how these kids are doing it, but like even during the pandemic, nothing's stopping them from pushing their limits, and I think that's amazing.
Truly amazing. You can now see that the CAS team is sitting on their boat. Their coach is sending them out. That is Coach Anil. Have you ever trained with Coach Anil?
No, I haven't. Have you?
Coach Anil was not my coach. He's the CAS coach. However, he was always there on the pontoon to tell everybody what to do or give some tips to fix your rowing.
I do remember him always being there. I think no matter which school you belong to, he was always there to just say something nice to make you feel better, which is what you need because, as I mentioned before, the beginning of the race is the worst. Your anxiety is just
So
through the
we've
roof.
got a question on our live video. Manal Qureshi asks, hold up, they're starting from 500 meters. Yes, Manal, they are. It's under 15. So they get to start from the 500-meter mark. However, I know you're not under 15, so she's going to have to start from the 1,000-meter mark.
Sorry, Manal. Okay, so under 15 girls double scull, their line. Keep their boat straight.
लगा दो और
We
अभी
have TIA lane 2, Bayview Academy lane 3, KGS lane 4. So just for your clarity, lane 2 is towards the further side, towards the mangroves. Lane 4 is closer towards the club, and the race has started.
Skull. Heat B.
In
Please take
net,
a
which
what's
is
out.
lane 3 and lane 4. Bayview, however, is now in lead. Doubles requires a lot of coordination. As you can see, the boat with the better rhythm seems to be in lead.
You're right, we can see that. We can. I think what's being showed right now
Beautiful
is Bayview
timing
Academy.
from Bayview Academy. You can see it on the screen. They're comfortably in lead, both looking inside the boat, following timing. Kick pressure is good. The blade work is very clean, actually.
Yeah, you can't see any splash.
And this is, remind you, this is an under 15 race.
We can see that lane 2 is picking it up.
They've almost crossed lane.
Arlene, what's the strategy for the end of the race?
I think you've really got to go all out at the end of the race. Just give it your all. It could be a game changer, the last 100 meters, because everybody is tired at that point.
You're right, it depends.
It's all about whoever can just push it through the last 10 to 15 oars.
For sure.
They've now reached the red boys, as you can see. You can see Bayview in a comfortable lead, but they're not decreasing their power.
We can see that they've slowed down their rate, but that's because they have a pretty substantial lead. Good job, girls. That was amazing rowing. Very clean oars.
That's a good finish from all boats.
So
at the
this
race.
was a heat race, which means that your position in this race determines your position in the finals.
In the semi-finals.
In the
let's get the
semi-finals,
quarter,
sorry,
yeah.
my bad. And that was race 4. Our
You can
next
see
race.
now Abdullah has shown the white flag, which means that the race is officially over.
Ever had any experience like that? That someone has entered your race and it has affected your race?
Not really, actually. I feel like every time somebody's entered our race, we were already ahead of them, so it didn't really matter.
Oh wow, okay. Bragging. Okay, our next race of the day is race number 5, under 15 youth boys squad. This is a pre-race, so it's slightly different from a heat. It doesn't determine your position, whether you have a place in the finals, but it does determine which lane you get. But as Aline said before, whether it's a pre-race or a heat, you should give it your all just to get a sense of the water, the weather conditions, and like how your opponent rows.
Race number 6. Under 15 youth girls double scull. CS and CJM, please take your boats out. Race number 7. Under 21 senior boys single scull. Cedar lane 2, Lyceum lane 3, FES lane 4. Please take your boats out. Race number 7, senior boys single scull.
And just to keep things going while one race is happening, we are also preparing for the next race. So for example, right now, race number 5, under 15 boys squad, they're lining up their boats. But at the same time, race number 6 is getting ready to getting ready to sit on the boat for their race. So they'll just make sure that their shoes are tight, their seat is moving smoothly, they have a strong grip for their oars, so that just to make sure that nothing goes wrong. So when race number 5 finishes, race 6 will be ready to start, and it just keeps things moving slowly without any delay because it's a long day. We have 28 races today, and it's 9:45. Hi. Mr. Arif Ikram has just...
Our motto for this regatta is arrive, row, and leave. Everybody who is done with their events is requested to leave the premises. This way we will all be safe and the regatta will be able to run smoothly. I think following SOPs is extremely important.
Yeah, everyone has their mask on. We're keeping a 3 feet distance. The oars and boats are being sanitized after use. We're doing everything we can to follow SOP regulations.
see the under 15 youth boys squad lining up. It's a 2-lane race. It is only KGS and CAS. Do you think that's a lot of pressure when there are only 2 boats in the lane? So you're either first or you're second. There's nobody else to compete with. Do you think it's more competitive that way?
That's a really good question. Um, I feel it goes both ways because in a 2-boat race, you have a lot more space. So you have a lot more space to row. So I think that makes things easier. But on the other hand, it completely depends on your competitor's abilities.
That's true. That's true.
I think because this is also pre-race and not a heat, that it won't be as competitive, but I don't think that will stop our rowers from giving it their all.
We've got KGS and CAS competing in this race. These are one of the oldest schools taking part in ISR, CAS and KGS. They've always been in the game since pretty long. Do you think there's a rivalry between them? Since they've both been in the game for really long, they're the pioneers of
CAS and KGS.
yeah, they've both been rowing for a pretty long time
As schools or
as schools.
Oh yeah, for sure. KGS has been like not in the past 3 years, but before 3 years ago, KGS has
They
been
were the
winning.
undefeated champions, and then it was CAS who took the Akram Cup last
It
year.
was-
Do you think there's rivalry between the two
I
of
think
them?
for sure. I think Coach Shahzad and KGS are definitely out for the Akram Cup again. And
What
there's-
about CAS? We've got Coach Anil and his team too,
I think
giving it their all.
I think Coach Anil will also be going for the Akram Cup, so I guess there definitely is a
I
rivalry.
think everybody's going for the Akram Cup. The boats have lined up now. We have got KGS in lane 2, CAS lane 3. And the race has begun. It's a very strong start from both teams. They're both following timing. You can see very good timing on the CAS boat.
So KGS is the boat which is closer to the mangroves, and CAS is on the bright red boat. And
CAS picking lead, taking lead.
Ali, you're right, this is a competitive race.
I told you. Blackwood, I haven't ever raced on that. I think it's a Wintech. Both of them are new quads,
I think
just
both
been
the
told.
boats are new. One's red and one's black.
You can-
CAS has established a lead. They're not slowing down at all. These rowers are amazing for under 15. They're just 15 years old or maybe even
We've got
younger.
CAS, you can see very good technique on CAS, on the CAS boat.
Race number 6, youth girls double scull. CS and CGM, please take your boat out.
Back to your question about the Akram Cup rivalry. I think
Race number 7, senior boys single scull.
there for sure is a strong rivalry because both schools also are competing in the junior events as well as the senior events, which tallies up to
You
a
can
lot
see
of
they've
points.
now approached the red boys, which is the last 100 meters of the race. Once again, just to remind everybody, our motto for this regatta is arrive, row, and leave. Once you're done with your races, you're requested to leave the premises.
Youth boys called. Lane 3 CAS first, Lane 2 KBS second.
The results have been announced: CAS first and KGS second. These are the results for race number 5, under 15 youth boys squad. Next race is under 15 girls. Double sculls, CAS versus CJM.
Everybody who's watching us live, you can send in questions for us and we'll be answering them right here.
We're also going to be having some polls on the Karachi Boat Club Rowing Instagram page, so be sure to participate in that.
Just a reminder, please have your masks on at all time. Maintain a 3 feet distance from each other.
Race
Avoid-
number 8. Under 15 youth girls squad, pre-race final. CGM lane 1, Bayou Academy lane 2, CS lane 3, KGS lane 4. Please take your boats out. Race number 8, youth girls squad, pre-race final.
Avoid sharing water and physical contact with each other, including congratulatory hugs. Thank you.
Aline, it's a hot day today. It's pretty sunny. Do you think that would affect one's ability to perform during a race?
The weather is always a factor in the ability, but I feel like warming up in every weather is required, be it a hot weather or cold. I feel like warm up is essential
Do
in
you
every
have
weather.
a specific warm-up routine which you would do before every race? Would you stretch or would you do a few jumping jacks?
We would, for water races, I remember we'd have to erg for a bit just to get our muscles
Warmed up
yeah, warmed up.
and activated?
You can see the CAS boat approaching the dock. They're still in rhythm, rowing beautifully. The bow pair, you can see they're still following timing. They've really done the boat justice. Look, I mean,
For sure. It's a really nice color as well.
you can now see the double sculls lining up. This is Race number 6, under 15 youth girls double sculls. We've got CAS and CJM, CAS in lane 2 and CJM in lane 3. Once again, this is just a 500-meter race. However, sprints are very exhausting, actually. You've got to give it your all. It's a short race. You've not got much time to cover a lead. What do you think about it, Mira?
I agree. I mean, for us, because we're older, 500 meter is basically just a sprint, but for them, it could be long distance.
You can see the race has now begun.
As this is a two-boat race, again, it is a heat, not a pre-race. And the difference is that the heat determines your position in the finals. Here we have CS in lane 2 and CGM in lane 3. And CAS is actually in the lead. They have a pretty good lead. We can see them gradually approaching Karachi Boat Club here. And this is really good rowing. Very clean oars. It follows. Arlene, CJM was your old school, right?
Yes, it was.
Yes. We can see that CGM has started to up, slowly decreasing the distance from here. They're increasing their rate, but CAS still has a strong
In a
lead.
very comfortable lead, actually. They are maintaining a rate, not dropping it. Power seems to be good.
Yes, the key for a boat race is rhythm. You have to have rhythm, then only your boat will float.
Especially a doubles or anything else. It's just a scull where it's just you. Everything else, you've got to coordinate, you've got to match timing, blade work, everything.
Yeah, including power. You have to be completely synchronized and know your partner. And the race is approaching.
The last 100 meters.
We're about to finish.
It's a strong finish from both boats, actually. You can see them increase their lead, increase their rate, actually.
Yes, CAS pulled very well, and CGM also did very well towards the end. You could see that they were decreasing the distance. Are you doing an interview?
We will be conducting a short interview. We've got the CAS captain, Haroon Said, with us. He's been rowing for about 5 years now. Arij, can you please take over? Hi, Haroon. How are you feeling today?
I'm feeling pretty good. I'm really excited. I'm feeling. What?
Harun, as you know, that CAS won the Ikram Cup last year. What do you think? Will you guys be able to defend that title this year?
Yeah, I think I'm pretty confident. Hello? Yeah. Yeah, I think I'm pretty confident actually. We've been training a lot, and the team, even though it's been a pandemic, the team has still been coming every day for the past 4 months, I think, and we're really ready for it.
So how do you feel about being captain and leading a team that started rowing before everyone else?
There's a lot of pressure actually because this is, I think it's my fourth ISI, and I've gone through maybe 3 captains already, including you, and it's just really exciting. Like, I didn't expect there to be that much pressure, but it's pretty fun. We have the support of our coaches, of Miss Reem. Shout out Miss Reem. Shout out Coach Anil, Coach Mubaras.
Okay, well, as former CS captain, I would like to wish you good luck. And from everyone here, the officials.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we're here with Musa Sattar and Hana Khan, vice captains of KGS. How are you guys feeling today?
We're feeling good. Just came off. Speaking of that, we just came off from like a really successful indoor regatta. We broke 5 records out of 8, and we're in the lead time. So
Sure, this year we actually started training relatively early because of Corona. So waking up at 6 a.m. every morning and then training for the competition and just bonding together as a crew. I think this year we can win back the title. I'm confident.
KGS has such a long history with CS. The rivalry is so intense. How do you guys feel about trying to get that title back from them?
I mean, we're ready to do it for the 10th time now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, guys, our next race is race number 7. So we'll be out from the junior category and into the senior category. We have under 21 senior single scull, C lane 2, Lyceum lane 3, and FPS lane 4. Arlene, how long do you think it takes to perfect a boat for ISR?
Race number 9, under 18 junior boys double scull, heat 8, KGS lane 2, Baby Academy lane 3, FEC lane 4. Please take your boats out. Race number 9, under 18 junior boys double scull.
Mira, I feel there's no set time limit. Whoever puts in more work. Whoever puts in the work, whoever can put in more time is naturally going to do better. It's about as much time as you can put. Like,
For example, when I was in CJM, we worked all year round. We didn't stop training after ISR. It was the entire year for us. A year of training, years of training.
Years of training. So we started off. We started off our next race, under 21 senior boys single scull. Just to remind you, it's Cedar lane 2, Lyceum lane 3, FPS lane 4. So, how do you feel about a single scull race? Again, this is going to be a little bit longer because the races we've seen, those have all been 500 meters, but this is going to be 1,000 meters.
On a single scull, there's just you, nobody else to
Motivate
to
you.
count on. Nothing, is just you in your head. And
at the same time, though, you don't have to match timing or like synchronize with anyone.
you can now see the boats are starting to cross boat club.
Yes, we can see that Lyceum has a very strong lead, followed by FPS.
No, we see FPS in a good lead, followed by Lyceum and Cedar. You can see lane 4 long pulling. His rate is slow. He's putting kick pressure. You can see it in his blades. He's got clean.
My bad,
blade work.
everyone. We see Cedar in the lead, followed by FPS and Lyceum.
I think that is Sam Sachak from Cedar. You can tell by his style, by his blade work.
And also the hair.
Of course, the hair.
I think the hair is his defining point.
He has now reached the 100-meter mark. You can see through the red boys.
I think all
He's
three.
still You've got to have a lot of nerve to do that, to just maintain the same rate.
1,000-meter race, it's a little bit longer, right? So what would be your technique?
Our next race, which is under 15 youth girls quad, it's a pre-race. It's a 4-lane race. It's the first 4-lane race of the day. We've got CJM, BVA, CAS, and KGS.
Third. Again repeat. Cedar first, Lyceum second, FPS third.
The results have been announced for race number 7, under 21 senior boys single scull. Cedar first, Lyceum second, FPS third.
Just a reminder, the motto of this regatta is arrive, row, and leave. Everybody who is done with their races is requested to leave the premises. Thank you.
Next race, race number 10, under 18 junior girls squad. Heat A, Bayview Academy Lane 2, TIA Lane 3, KGS Lane 4. Race number 10, under 18 Junior Girls Squad.
You can now see under 15 junior girls squad going to line up. CJM has already left the pontoon. Once again, we would like to thank our sponsors. We've got the sports store, Amin Bandukta and Co, Radiant Chemicals, Day Fresh, Wa Snacks, Fifth Element, Powerhouse Building Solution, Soya Supreme, IOBM, Sleep Concert, and Rotisserie. This is to ensure everyone's safety. Please have your masks on at all times, maintain 3 feet distance from each other, and avoid sharing water and physical contact with each other, including congratulatory hugs. Thank you.
What was a bad race? Okay, we would like to take a moment to thank our sponsors.
Race number 11, Senior Boys Single Scull, KGS Lane 2, SKH Lane 3. Please take your boats out. Race number 11, Senior Boys Single Scull.
So a big thank you to our sponsors. Our gold sponsors, HBL Asset Management, silver sponsor, Jubilee Life Insurance, bronze, United Educational Foundation in Pakistan, ESA Laboratories, Jafferjees, Engro, International Steel Limited, Hilton Pharma, Sabah Bank, Habib Metro, and Bank Al Habib. A big thank you to them, because without them, this event would not have been possible to hold. We'll be going back to a 500-meter race length now, because the next race is under 15 youth girls squad, CGM, Bayview Academy, CAS, and KGS. And we're off. The rowers have taken their start and begun the race.
A 4-lane race.
Lane 1 first. CGM is in lane 1, Bayview Academy lane 2, CS lane 3, KGS lane 4. Just a reminder, lane 1 is far side and lane 4 is near side. So that is closer to Karachi Boat Club.
You can see the boats are on starting positions. The oars are 90 degrees in the water and the gun. A very strong start from everybody. Lane 1 slightly off track.
Of course, their boat is a little bit tilted, but that's okay. You still have plenty of distance to make up for it.
All boats seem to be neck and neck at this point.
You're right, I think CGM has a slight lead. Actually, no, wait. Lane number 3 is picking it up.
Lane number 2 seems to be ahead now. And lane 3 picking it up.
Lane 3 and lane 2.
Well coordinated. They're putting in the power. The timing is
CAS is beginning to pick up the rate and increasing their power. They're taking the lead. It always matters because even if you have even if you're behind by one boat length, if you have a good, what do you think?
That's absolutely true.
Hello.
We're about to approach the end of the race. I think lane 2 is in the lead now.
Lane 2 is in the lead. That is Bayview Academy.
They're pulling so well.
That was a good pick.
Oh,
but that's CS now.
Oh, wow, look at that finish. Good job,
That was
CS.
a very, very close finish. And remind you, this is under 15 junior girls.
Okay, I got it. अब try करना है. आ गई मुझे call.
Hello.
Race number 8, under 15 youth girls, squad. Lane 3, CAS first. Lane 2, BVA second. Lane 1, CJM third.
Hi guys, I'm here with Hani Abbas and Hassan Adnan, captains of Cedar College. So Hani, how do you keep the team motivated with the current pandemic going on?
In all honesty, I keep it motivated through, listening to their problems in case they have any during this pandemic. Everyone has something or the other going on at home. So I take that into account, and we're more like a family than we are a team. So we listen to each other's problems and we keep each other motivated. And even during the races, it's difficult for everyone to come and cheer for their team. So we're watching at home, we're, giving them our support. We talk to them from before so they know that, their whole team support is behind them. Okay?
Thank you. Hassan, do you think you guys will be able to win back the title?
I think this year we have a good chance to win the title, and our team is very dedicated, and I think the competition is also good, and we will fight for this title as we have a lot of expectation from, because we have also won 2 Ikram Cups for past 3 years, and the rest is up to Allah. Thank you.
Thank you guys and good luck for your races.
Once again, just to remind you, our motto for this regatta, it is arrive, row, and leave. Everybody who is done with their races is requested to leave the premises. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next race is under 18 junior boys double scull. KGS lane 2, Devi Academy lane 3, and FEC lane 4.
Under 18 is a very competitive category. It adds to the Ikram Cup. So do you think the rowers are under pressure for this race?
Oh, yeah, for sure. I think we should point it out that races in the under 15 category do not add up to the points for the Ikram Cup, but under 18, under 21 categories do. So yeah, I think the rowers are definitely under pressure.
We have got for this race, which is race number 9, we've got KGS lane 2, BVA lane 3, and FEC lane 4.
And again, this is a 1,000-meter race. And 1,000 meters, which is this ISR race course, is half of the Olympic gold standard, and a typical Olympic gold standard race course is 2,000 meters.
It's a 1,000-meter race. I feel like you can only tell after the first 500 meters what is going to be the result, because it's a long race. Everybody does well in the start. It's really the last 400 to 500 meters that will determine whether...
Yeah, I think you need a strong start and a strong finish in order to have a successful race. Like,
Final call. Under 18 junior girls squad. Bayview Academy lane 2, TIA lane 3, KGS lane 4. Please take your boards out to see your final call now. TIA lane 2. Indus Academy lane 2.
We would once again like to thank our sponsors, our gold sponsors, HPL Asset Management and Company, silver sponsors, Jubilee Life Insurance. The race has begun. This is
Okay, guys, the race has begun. This is under 18 junior boys double scull, KGS lane 2, Bayview Academy lane 3, FEC lane 4.
on the water. We've only got Bayview and FEC.
These guys are approaching the 500-meter mark. We can see that
They're halfway through the race. They're not starting from the 500-meter mark anymore. I personally feel this is where you realize that there's another 500 meters left. This is just halfway through.
I think so too. They're
You can see
lane 2 is in the lead with a strong
F3, which is Bayview Academy, seems to be in lead. FEC also maintaining a very good rate, actually. This is a very good rate for 1,000 meters. They're going slow.
we can see that they're slowing down. But I think they're increasing their power, Arlene. Bayview still has a strong lead.
Race number 12, under 18 junior boys double scull, CS lane 2, TIA lane 3. Please take your boards out.
Junior boys double scull. Lane 2 KGS first. Lane 4 FEC second. Repeat. KGS first. FEC second.
Hello. Okay, hi, I'm Mariam. I'm with the coach of Cedar, Manahil Hussain. How are you feeling, Manahil?
I'm good, I'm good. The day's just started, races are kicking off, and I'm quite excited to see how the day progresses.
Oh, I just wanted to ask you that, what made you like start coaching at Cedar?
That's a good question. I've been rowing for almost 8 years now, so I think it's a sport that I wasn't willing to let go of very easily. And being here for so long, I've seen so much raw talent show up. I've seen so much I see a lot of talent, and I really enjoy seeing good, technical, beautiful rowing. And I think that's something I wanted to see progress and flourish in Karachi, and that's why I decided to stick around and teach it.
That was very interesting. Thank you.
KGS lane 4. Once again, it is the category is under 18. These races are going to add to the Ikram Cup.
Yeah, okay, so I wanted to ask you another question. How do you think rowing has evolved from when you started rowing?
That's a good question. I feel like the younger lot that's coming in these days is getting a lot stronger and a lot more invested in the competition and the sport itself. So you see them breaking records that have been set for so long, and you see all these newcomers coming in and smashing it because they just love the sport so much. They've trained so hard, they give it so much time. And I think that's great. The younger they start, the better they perform, the more experience they gain. And I feel like overall it's going to make a huge impact in the long run.
That's true, I agree with you. Thank you.
This is the senior boys
Single scull race, KGS lane 2, SKH lane 3. SKH has a strong lead, Arlene.
It is KGS seems to be in lead, Mira. We've got, I think that is Ali Raza Patel from KGS. You can tell by the style, by the blade work. He is now approaching the last 100 meters. Seems to be maintaining a very steady rate, actually. What do you think, Danish? We've now got Danish with us.
I think this is some good rowing going on. We have lane 2 in the lead. With the race about to end, I think the last 2 or 3 strokes, oh yeah, it has ended.
The race has ended. The rowers have maintained a very good rate for this race. Actually, it's a long race. You can't sprint the entire thing.
Exactly.
So you've got to find a middle way where you can kick.
21 senior boys single stall. Lane 2 KGS first. Lane 3 SKH second.
Once again, I would like to remind everybody the motto of the regatta. It is arrive, row, and leave. Everybody who is done with their races is requested to leave the premises.
This is done to keep in line with the SOPs due to the current ongoing pandemic. Furthermore, I'd like to thank our sponsors for this event. Without whom this event would not have been possible. Also, I'd like to thank the Khalasis who've been working hard since morning, taking out all the boats and putting them on the water, and vice versa.
Race number 13, under CS lane 2, CGM lane 3.
I'd like to tell the viewers that we had a hold up and we skipped race 10 and we went to 11, which was won by KGS. We're going to have 10 now, which is under 18 junior girls quad. We're going to have Bayview Academy in lane, the Indus Academy in lane 3, and KGS in lane 4, which is the near side.
Race number 14, under 21 senior boys 4, heat A, Cedar lane 2, Lyceum lane 3. Please take your position. Senior boys 4, Cedar and Lyceum.
Mira, the race that has just been
Lane
announced.
2.
Holder of the 5K.
And Cedar has got a legacy with the fours, actually. They've been winning the gold since the past 2 to 3 ISRs, the senior boys fours.
Yes, Coach Meredith is very proud of his 4-ski streak.
So let's see if he's able to maintain it this year.
For sure, and it'll be a really interesting race because I think 2 of Cedar's captains are going to be on this boat, and we have
On the water right now, we have got race number 10. Under 18 junior girls quad, we've got on lane 2, we have BVA, lane 3, TIA, and lane 4, KGS.
KGS near side, TIA in the middle, and Bayview Academy far side.
That's a very good start from everybody. You can see the KGS boat on camera right now. They've got excellent timing.
We can also see that lane 1 is going a little crooked, but I think they'll fix it. Again, it's a hot day and it's a little bit windy, but not too bad. We see that far side is in the lead. Far side is Bayview Academy. Yes, far side is Bayview Academy, and followed by them we have KGS near side and TIA in the middle. Again, I think this is within the first 200 meters of the race course.
The boys are still red. It hasn't turned to blue boys. So this is the start of the race. Everybody gives it their all. And then they eventually slow down. You can't maintain a very high rate the entire race. It's a 1,000-meter race.
Yeah, it definitely tires you out, and you do have to save some
They're
strength
now
for the end.
crossing Nasirvanji. Nasirvanji has always been a pickup point for some teams. Don't you think so, Mira? Like it's a spot, like, you know, if you're reaching Nasirvanji, you're going to have to pick up or something, or slow down.
Yeah, it's definitely a landmark to start increasing your rate, but I think everyone starts picking up when they reach an XC.
It's different for everybody. I just feel like it has serves a different purpose for every team.
For sure. I mean, from
we
here...
now see KGS and we've got BVA. They're pretty close, actually. It's not a very...
We see TIA a little bit further behind. I think their boat is a little bit crooked. But in the lead, we have, you're right, KGS, followed by Bayview Academy. And look at that. They're increasing their lead.
They've got excellent timing, good blade work. It shows,
increasing their power. The rowers are now approaching Karachi Boat Club. They have a substantial lead, actually.
And an excellent rhythm. They're all in sync.
Yeah, look at those oars. They're clean. No splashing whatsoever.
They're comfortably increasing their lead on the same rate. They're not increasing the rate. However, their power seems to be pretty.
Yes, I don't think they need to increase the rate because they know they have a lead. Baby Academy also coming in strong. They also very clean rowing by them. Look at the blade work. And now we have TIA on the new boat, the red quad. And KGS is now approaching the finish line. That was a really good race. Good job, girls.
They're still going strong. They still haven't let the power go. They're still matching timing, kicking, leg pressure is there, just finishing it off well.
Okay, hello. I'm with the captain of Baby Academy, Hamza Shoaib. How are you feeling, Hamza?
I'm feeling good. Thanks.
Yeah, okay, so I wanted to ask you a question. What do you think is like the most important trait a rowing captain should have?
I think it's definitely patience with new rowers coming in all the time, and everyone. The captain mostly takes responsibility for everyone, so I think it's definitely patience.
Yeah, I think that too. Like, it's a very difficult thing. You have to deal with everyone and you have to understand everyone, how everyone works. So I think that you're right. Thank you. This time.
Lane 4 KGS first, lane 2 again, KGS first, BVA second, TIA third.
Okay, the results for the under 18 junior girls squad have just been announced. KGS first, BVA second, and TIA third. Aline, have
Worst experience I can recall is when I had a quad race. It was an under 18 squad race, and we were fighting for the under 18 junior girls cup. And our teammate Doug on the board.
Was this on a quad?
This was on a quad. However, we still won the race, managed to win the
Okay,
race.
so that's not a bad experience.
It was very nerve-wracking.
Attention, go.
Okay, we've started our next race. Under 18 junior boys, double scull, CAS and CAS lane 2, TIA lane 3.
It's a very good start from both the boats. However,
I think
lane 3 seems to be a bit out of lane though, no?
I think CAS has a stronger start.
But again, it's a 1,000-meter race. It could be anybody's race at this point.
Do you think the start determines your trajectory for the rest of the race, though?
Not in all cases. When it's a 1,000-meter race, I mean, you need to have enough stamina to be able to maintain the start you take.
You're right. And I think after a strong start, you eventually slow down your rate so that you don't burn out. And then you gradually, like we said before at Nasaranji, that's when you start thinking about picking up your rate, or you do pick up your rate. And then from Karachi Boat Club to the finish line, it's about 20 hours. And we can't.
It's a pretty close race, actually. Both the boats are now at Nasirvanji. They're close to each other. There's not much of a lead. However, I feel
That means it's a very close race. We can't tell from this camera angle, but I think
the far side,
has a bit of a lead.
Has a bit of a lead.
And I think near side is struggling to keep their boat straight, but that's okay. And I think we can see the rowers are starting to pick up their pace. TIA, sorry, CAS has a bit of a lead actually. I think that's about 3-4 boat lengths.
They're almost approaching the 500-meter mark, which is halfway through the race. That in another 10 to 15 hours, they will be. You can now see they've crossed the 500-meter mark. CAS chanting for their team.
The distance is slowly decreasing. I think TIA is increasing their power.
Could be anybody's race at this point. Both the boats have seemed to pick up their rate slightly.
Yes, you're right. Look, the distance is closing.
TIA picking up.
TIA could pick it up. Will they pick up?
They've increased.
They're increasing their race.
Managed to.
They're increasing their rate, increasing their power, picking it up. They're closing the gap. They've closed the gap. Could they get a lead?
They're neck in neck. Could be anybody's race.
TIA has got. CS is lagging a little bit behind. Can they pick it up though? The rowers are about to cross Karachi Boat Club. TIA still has a lead. You can see CAS starting to increase their rate. Can they make up for it? They had a strong start. We can now see the
TIA is still increasing their rate, maintaining power, seem to be in lead.
From here you can see the rowers screaming in aggravation. What a good race.
Final call, race number 13, junior girls quad. CS lane 2, CGM lane 3. Girls squad, CS and lane. CS and CGM. Please take your board out.
Okay, my bad, guys. I said that from KBC to Beach Luxury, it's 20 meters, but it's actually 20 oars, but it's actually 100 meters, and we can see that by the color of the red buoys.
Race number 12.
Okay, guys, I'm here with Musa Sattar and Rayan Ali of KGS. They broke a record in the indoor regatta. So were you guys expecting to break a record?
So I think in this race, the stakes were high. Like, we were racing competition in CA. That our timings were going to be really close. And see, that's what happens before a race. And but the thing was that would most probably break the record. And so now it was just about who won the gold. And we knew that it was going to be a really tough race, and we had to roll through it throughout and not for 1 second give up. And so before our race, Musa and I, he's a great partner, we wished luck to every single team. We calmed ourselves down. We made sure that we are calm. We pump ourselves up, and we mentally prepared ourselves. That's the biggest point. We have to be mentally prepared before a race. And of great excitement to us. We're really happy. We achieved something that we knew we were aiming for, but it was obviously a shocker, and we really were grateful to it.
Okay, that's amazing. Musa, so you've broken 2 records. So what would you say is your strategy for breaking a record?
Okay, so for the 1K, we knew that CS is a strong team, so we knew we'd have to go out hard, but we knew that we had to play to our strengths. Our strength were like mainly long distance rowers, so we were like, it's fine if we fall back in the start, we don't mind, we'll catch up at the end, and that's how it played out. So CS got out to an early lead, but we were able to catch them by the 500-meter mark, and then from there on, we just extended our lead and had a good up at the end.
Okay, well, congratulations to you guys and good luck for all your races. Stay there, stay there.
Once again, we would like to thank our sponsors. We've got Jaffer G's, Bank Al Habib, Samba Bank, Powerhouse, Sports Store, Fifth Element, Amin Banduk and Co, Isa Laboratory International Steels Limited, Al Afzal Graphics. Another reminder, the motto of this regatta is arrive, row, and leave. Everybody who is done with their races is requested to
Race
leave the
number
premises.
15, under 21 senior girls single scull pre-race final. KGS lane 2, Lyceum lane 3, Cedar lane 4. Please take your votes out. Single scull pre-race final. KGS lane 2, Lyceum lane 3, Cedar lane 4.
We can now see the fours lining up. It's a coxed fours.
I think this is one of the most anticipated races of the day.
It is. We've got Cedar, we've got Lyceum. They're both very strong teams and they both work really hard.
And
you'd always see them training on the water, on the erg, very competitive. There's a rivalry between them.
There is a rivalry, and just a little bit more information for those out there. On the Lyceum board, we have our current record holder for the 5,000 meter, and we have Cedar's, I think both of Cedar's captains on this force.
We've got both the captains.
Mr. Hani Abbas sitting front stroke and Mr. Abdullah Faisal on the Lyceum boat.
We have got Cedar in lane 2 and Lyceum. This is again an under 21 race, so the points of this race are going to be added in the Ikram race.
This is a really important race because I know that Cedar...
Fours is one of the most important races. It holds a lot of points. It's got a 15 points for the gold medal.
You're right.
It's got more points than a quad.
And it started, I think it's one of the oldest forms of rowing in Karachi
And it's a very technical form of rowing. It's sweep rowing. You've got to be...
For sure. Oh, and I think
And
they
the
started...
race has begun.
The race has begun.
You can see a very strong start from both teams. Can't really tell who's tipping ahead.
Cedar is in lane 2.
Cedar, you can tell by Hani's rate. He's got an excellent rate. He's calm. His blade work is neat.
You can also tell by the jersey.
Lyceum slightly on a faster rate. Let's see which rate works best for whoever.
I think they've both slowed down to a similar rate, and they're going at a pretty similar pace as well.
They're neck in neck right now.
Cedar has slowed down to a very slow pace, but still going with strong oars. Lyceum too, but I think you're right, Lyceum does has a faster rate. It's very close, actually.
Hani's been stroking since Bayview Academy, actually. So Hani knows his rate really well. He's going to go slow.
That's very interesting. So I think...
Lyceum seems to be cutting out of lane a bit.
You're right. I think Lyceum's about to go out of their lane. Oh, wait, no, they're straightening out.
See, this is the job of the cox. This is where the cox comes in. They're back in lane at a very good rate. Pretty close to Cedar.
Cedar has established a lead. They're still going at the same rate, though. But as you said before, the flow matters and the rhythm of the boat.
Both the boats have now crossed Nasirvanji.
Race number 15.
That's very clean blade work on Cedar's
Please take your boats out.
side. You can see the cox motivating their teams. There's a lot of pressure on the cox, actually.
There is a lot of pressure on the cox, but they seem to be doing a very good job considering...
The captain of the boat stroking their team, Lyceum, slightly behind Cedar.
Slightly behind, but still going strong. Cedar seems really calm, cool, collected. They know what they're doing.
That's just Cedar's force for you.
They've done a very good job, I do have to say so. Like, look at that. They're approaching Boat Club and they're picking it up. Just slightly increasing their lead, but still keeping the power strong.
Lyceum still maintaining the distance. They haven't let the...
Oh wait, Lyceum Force is starting to increase their rate. Starting to up, I think. Can Cedar maintain their lead? Because the gap is closing in. Cedar is maintaining their lead. We can see that Cedar is still calm and collected, and we can hear Lyceum's cox yelling.
Mira, do you feel this way because you're from Cedar yourself?
I'm unbiased. Clearly. Lyceum's closing the gap. They're pulling really well. Aline, what do you think about this race?
I really love the way Cedar is rowing. Lyceum's done an excellent job. Sweep rowing is not easy.
No, it's
It's
not.
technical. It's a very stressful race. It's got a lot of points. I mean,
After this, we have another fours race between CAS and KGS. How do you think the rivalry between Cedar and Lyceum is greater, or the rivalry between
we've
CAS?
got two captains on the Cedar boat. You were right. We've got Captain Hassan Adnan as the back bow and Hani Abbas as the front bow. That's very interesting, actually. They're the front bow and the back bow. They're both captains of the Cedar team.
I think that was strategically planned because...
Could have been knowing Mahedil, Coach Mahedil.
It was really boring. It was very boring initially. But now...
अच्छा रिजल्ट जो है रेस नंबर 14 का है अंडर 21 सीनियर बॉयज 4 सीडर फर्स्ट लाइसियम सेकंड
Guys, the results are in. Under 21 senior boys 4, senior Cedar first, Lyceum second. Why do you think they kept stroke one back bow? Like, what is the significance?
I feel like the front bow and the back were very important positions.
So it requires more experience?
To maintain the rate, the back bow, to keep the boat in lane, and everybody, you have to keep an eye on everybody.
True.
Yes.
So you'd say that those two are front stroke and back bow are critical positions which require
I think every position on the fourth is equally critical, not to undermine anybody else sitting on the boat mirror.
Race number 14.
Shahzad Commission. Coach Shahzad KGS, report to Control Commission, please.
Once again, we would like to thank our sponsors, HPL Asset Management. Mira, would you like to say something?
Yeah, I want to thank our sponsors. Our gold sponsor is HPL Asset Management. Our silver sponsor is Jubilee Life Insurance. Arlene, will you take it from here? Please announce our bronze sponsors. We should thank them. They're the reason that this event could be held. Are you undermining the other sponsors? We would like to thank our bronze sponsors.
The boats have lined up. We are
We would like to thank United States Educational Foundation, Pakistan, ESA Laboratories, Jaffergis, and Polymers International Limited, Hilton Pharma, Samba Bank, Habib Metro, Bank Al Habib, the Sports Store, Amin Banduka, Radiant Chemicals, Day Fresh, Wa Snacks, Fifth Element, Powerhouse Building Solutions, Soya Supreme, Roastery, IOBM, and Sleep Concept. Thank you guys. Thank you so much to these companies. They're the reason this event could be held.
Thanks, Mira.
You're welcome.
You can. We have now got Daniel Sistanwala with us. He is ex-Lyceum captain.
Hello, Aline. Good to be here.
How do you feel today, Daniel?
I feel good.
Are
I
you
just
rooting
love
for
water
your
rowing.
team or are you
Nope,
neutral?
nope. I'm looking forward to some good water races today. So, yeah.
Daniel, can you tell us what boats have lined up on the water right now? Daniel, I'm waiting.
Yes, Aline, it's a quad race right now.
Thank you, Daniel.
My pleasure.
Daniel, I think you've been a scull rower too for the longest time ever.
That's
So-
true. That's true. Six
So sweep is
consecutive
not your
ISRs.
thing,
Yep.
but like,
Yeah, but I can judge the boat.
okay. You're not here to judge, you're here to commentate.
Yes. Thank you for reminding me.
Welcome. Daniel, tell us about your rivalry with Amar Alana on the Skull. We would like to know a bit about that. It's been 6 years, right?
And I'm his ISI is not complete without him, so yeah. We've had like 6 or 7 consecutive scull races.
How long have you been rowing for?
I started in 2013, and my last Jared, so I'm commentating here with you.
I swear to God, she's not holding back. Alina.
I literally beaten everyone except him. It's like I beat him once with quad से था.
That doesn't count.
क्या count तो करता है क्या मामा?
Squad था ना, skull नहीं था.
Quad भी तो Guniksa की quad थी. इतनी अच्छी इतनी जान लगाई थी. I'm dead.
Aline, I think you should take your smoke now.
I mean,
It's time. Don't you think? I swear to God, please say this on air. Arlene, I think, needs to take a break from commentating.
Started, and there's a very strong start from both teams. It's a quad race. You can see the new quad flying through the water. Daniel, we have got CAS and CJM on water.
Yeah, and at the moment the float very, very close. So, but it's a very long race, so we can't really judge and determine who's going to win at this point.
It's not just about the start, but the start does add to determining who's...
Race number 16, under 18 junior girls 8. KGS lane 2, Baby Academy lane 3. Please take your boats out. Under 18 junior girls 8. Race number 16.
They're still neck to neck, and it's really good to see the new quad on the water. It's a beautiful boat. Have you had the chance, Eileen, to row on it?
I have not yet had the chance to row on it. Have you, Daniel?
Nope, not yet. Hopefully I'll come after the ISR and row.
I haven't seen you train after ISR, so I think you take a break to the ISR.
To deserve a break.
Everybody deserves a break. The boats are still neck and neck. Nobody... We've got CAS and CJM on. CJM is in the red boat and CS is towards the Nasserwanji side. It's the far side, known as the far side.
And we can see now CS is slowly and gradually taking the lead. They're increasing the rate.
Daniel, do you think lane affects your performance?
It does, but as far as I've seen right now, don't have a lot of wind. Anyone has a very clear lane advantage.
That's true.
I think, Eileen, this is the first time because every single year we have really choppy water around this time of the year.
2 years before this, but tents flying away, 3 capsizes in a day. I think these rowers are very lucky to be racing in such weather conditions. Don't you think so?
That's true, because the first few races are very important. If you can win these, you can just secure your spot inside this final.
Then again, they're all competing in a pandemic, so hats off to everybody.
For sure, for sure. These are very difficult training circumstances. And we know how schools start training in August and to teach new kids how to row. So to learn within 2 months is really commendable.
What? CS is still in a comfortable lead. However, CGM is not letting their power down. They're on the same rate, same kick pressure, following timing, both.
And now we are in the last 150 meters of this race. And it looks like CS is going to take the win. But yeah, I think they will.
They've got a decent lead, but both boats are rowing really well. They're both new boats. They're both new quads. They're gliding through the water. You can see CGM slightly slowing their rate down. CS maintaining kick pressure on a very stable rate, actually.
Junior girls there, please take your board out. KGS, Baby Academy, please take your board out.
We have got Danish uncle with us, Danish Tinshaw.
Under 18
Everybody
junior girls, 8.
knows of him. He'd like
Hurry
to
up.
speak a few words. And hello, Danish uncle.
Hi there. Hi, everybody. It's great to see everyone rowing in these adverse conditions of this blasted pandemic. But this is a sport which we can continue in these awful times as long as we do social distancing and we take care of ourselves. Today's conditions are interesting. Just now the tide is coming in. The lanes which are on the far side will have a less of a current. So that will give the advantage to the far side boats. But the disadvantage of the far side is that if you notice the tide is very low. A low tide means that the far side has a lesser depth. Lesser depth means you got a greater surface area of the boat, so you have to pull it more. So it's a trade-off. If it's a heavy team on the far side, they'll find it difficult. If it's a lighter team on the far side, they'll have an advantage. In the start have an advantage. If they want to make a mark, they have to do it at Nasarwanji. Any later than that, it's too late. My crews that feel they're weaker, they've got a tall, big, strong, leggy crew against them, don't give up hope. Stay on their tail and bug them. Start well. Don't exhaust yourself in your start. Reserve your energy for quick spurts. Catch up to them, make them worried, then relax. When you hit the gap, hit them again. And keep hitting them all the time. You may get ahead, or you may panic to making a mistake, digging, or losing their timing, and upsetting the balance, and you will get an advantage. So don't give up. Whatever you do, don't give up. But don't let the boat get ahead more than one boat length. Anything more than that, once you're at boat club, and if you're more than one boat ahead, your opposition, it's going to be difficult. Not impossible, but difficult. Anything can happen. Tide coming in, dead waters. What's the wind like? I have no idea. The wind seems not so bad.
It's not so bad.
But it's a northerly. So that means it will be pushing the boat slightly towards the far side. That's why I've been noticing it on YouTube. The boats are going at an angle. They're not keeping their course, especially when they start off. Yeah, it's a crosswind. So this crosswind affects that. How are the crews doing?
The crews are doing pretty well, actually, considering there's a pandemic going on. They've all trained. In fact, it's a good day.
I've seen nothing. The timing and all is good. The timing is good.
It is.
Trick is a steady, slow rate will win the day. It's the turn in the air. If you go very fast and you lose balance, you start, take a racing start, but don't. Okay. What's
Race number 13 in our next race. It is double skull? It's a single skull. It's KGS Lyceum Cedar. Senior girls single skull.
Okay, senior skull. And is there a hot favorite in there by any chance? I mean, you know, there are some good rowers in the club.
We've got three very strong teams. They're all on top. We've got Cedar, Lyceum, KGS.
All three are good.
All three are good.
Oh, that's good. And race, but it's good to know what conditions you're going to face in the lane that you've been got.
We have got Danish years of experience. Hope he is with us and hearing all this.
The under-20 race has started. On near side, we've got KGS. In 3, we have Lyceum. And lane 4, we've got Cedar.
Mr. Dinshaw, will you commentate this race?
Sculls. Sculls are one of the most difficult things to row in. When I started rowing, we weren't allowed to go into the scull until we are quite senior in our rowing. And in fact, rowing was very different in those days. In those days, there was a stupid contraption called the fixed tub. It was bolted to the pontoon, and you had a sweep oar, and you had to sit in it. It was fully rigged. It had a sliding seat, it had a footrest, but it wouldn't go anywhere. It was bolted to the pontoon. And you learnt the style and your technique in it with a sweep oar, not with a double blade. So you learnt your sweep, you learnt your flick, you learnt your rowing style. And that was good. Why? Because once you've perfected your style, then it's like you don't have to think about your style.
True.
It's like walking. All right? So you perfected your style. I started in 1972. I was 11 years old, and the rowers down there, I was a very small, short little kid. And the rowers down there were teams from Germany, from Netherlands, from Australia. They were rowing mainly in the club. There were very few local rowers. And they said, oh, this kid has come, let's discourage him. So they made me sit in this. That this tenacious kid is any all against. I read is an experience. Rowing is relaxation, and the race is coming close. If it's going to decide itself, it's all neck and neck, more or less. But far side's got a slight lead. What do you think?
Both
No,
neck
no,
and
no.
neck.
The far side seems 2 lengths away, doesn't it? It's 2 boat lengths.
Just crossed the 500-meter mark. Far side is KGS.
Oh. If those 2 other boats want to make a mark, just now is the time they have to pick it up. Otherwise, it will be too late. The silver medal seems to be up for grabs. The gold is more or less, as long as the far side boat does not slack, he
You can see lane 4 picking up.
no, and 2. Sorry. Okay. What's near side?
To near side is Cedar. We've got Cedar on the near side catching up to KGS in the far side.
Being an ex-school member and having been on the rowing team of the school in 1973, I have my preferences, but unfortunately as an official I can't cheer for them.
And you're a sculler yourself, so you
Yeah.
probably know what's going in their heads and how they should finish their race.
I think Farsight should give all they can just now, otherwise Cedar is a threat.
That's true.
You see, now look, far side is got low water where they are just now. So that person is finding it
That's true.
a strong pull.
And I feel she's a lightweight.
But near side has got the tide against them. So it's balanced out.
Okay. Just the last few oars to finish the race.
She heard the poop.
Race number 18, under 18 junior boys single scull, pre-race final, TIA lane 1, 2, CS lane 3, KGS lane 4. Please take your out. Under 18 junior boys single scull, pre-race final, TIA lane 2, KGS lane 3, CS lane 3, KGS lane 4. Under 18 junior boys single scull. Hashim, Shazad, Anil. Sculler, निकालें. Shazad. TIA, Hashim. Sculler किधर है? बोर्ड निकालो चलो.
So I'm here with the CJM captain Aisha Iqbal. So I just wanted to ask you, what do you think is the most important trait?
The most important trait a rowing captain should have is like sportsmanship and leadership qualities. You're supposed to motivate your team when you're supposed to motivate your team before they're panicking. Okay. And you're supposed to help them in any way they need help and train them if they need. And you're supposed to, like, even if you lose a race, you're supposed to help motivate them that no, it's okay. There are more races to come. And that's it. Thank you.
No problem. Okay, so that was good. Like leadership is one of the most important aspects the captain should have.
Hi, everyone. Someone asked me about rowing in those days. In those days, when I started rowing, I was in what is known as a fixed tub, which was bolted to the pontoon. And you learned how to row your style in a sweep oar in that fixed tub. After that, you went into a novice boat, which was a very wide boat. It was at least 3 feet wide, very heavy to pick up, almost impossible. And you learned to row in a pair, coxed pair and a coxed four, with sweep oars only. Then you went into a junior category, which had thinner boats, somewhat as thin as the ones we have now, but not that thin. Again, clinker built like your gig, which you have. And only the senior boats had a nice wooden smooth shell. Now, a piece of history. We had 2 sculls. We are talking about the scull race which just went. We had 2 sculls. They were from England Ailing. I rowed in all the sculls at the boat club. I rowed in those Ailing sculls. I rowed in the Salani boats. And I rowed in the Chinese Wintech ones which are just now being used. The best experience was the Ailing wooden scull. It was like rowing in a Rolls Royce. The next best experience is the Salani boat. Unfortunately, our rowers have spoilt the seat of the Salani boat, so that makes it uncomfortable to row in. But just now, the best boats we got for sculling-wise, I feel, is the Salanis.
The Solanis and the Wintex. I feel
No.
everybody is very lucky over here to have all these
The
boats.
Wintex are new. They are great boats. But if you look at the shape of the Salani and you look at the shape of the Wintec, it's slightly different.
That's
A
true.
Wintec is slightly wider. It's got a lower profile. It sits on the water more. So that means it's got a greater surface area. That means you have to pull more.
All right.
A Salani is like an arrow, thin with a less surface area and long.
Even when you step inside a
So,
Salani, it's pretty...
so it cuts through the water pretty well. Now on a choppy day, the Wintec may be a good bet.
That's true.
On a smooth day like today, the Salani would be a good bet.
You can only tell that by years of experience.
Okay, and we had one boat which was donated to the boat club. It was a shell 4, a coxed shell sweep 4. It was donated to the boat club by the Shah of Iran. And it had a plaque on it saying donated to Karachi Boat Club by the Shah of Iran, Shah Raza Shah Pelvi. I wonder where that boat went. That would have been a good piece of history to have kept. But it's long gone.
Guys, we've now got Arij Amer taking over from me, Arij and Salar Brohi. Thank you very much, and over to Arij.
Hi.
Wait, so do we do interviews now?
About, yeah. Yeah, I know. Okay. So just now, what have you got?
Hi guys, my name is Arij Amer. I'm taking over for Aline. I was a previous CAS and Nixer captain, and now I'm commentating for this regatta.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, thank you. Press the button.
With sweep races, coordination is more of an issue because everyone has one oar each. So the amount of resistance coming from both sides of the boat need to be equal. Otherwise, the boat will start to shift out of lane. That's where the coxswain comes in. They have a rudder at the front of the boat, and if they start to move, well, their first option is to direct the team to increase their pressure from one side of the boat, and if not, then adjust the rudder.
For boats such as 8s and 4s, usually there's a cox there to help them, but for pairs, it's such a huge challenge trying to get the boat to balance and stay in lane because, in my personal opinion, I think a pairs is the most difficult boat there is at Boat Club.
I have been on a pair a couple times, and I have to say it's not as forgiving as the fours and the eights because you only have two people.
The race has officially started. It's difficult to tell who's in the lead at this point.
KGS has started to shift out of their lane, though they are in the lead.
KGS is currently in the lead with Bayview trying to catch up. KGS seems to be increasing their lead.
There's about a 1.5 boat length difference between the boats. We're closing in on about 400 meters to go.
Guys, who's in the lead right now? KGS is in the lead by 1.5 boat length. BVA should be picking up by now if they want to catch up. But KGS does not seem to let the lead become smaller.
The distance between the boats is closing up a bit, but seems a bit too late.
KGS's technique is really good, and which is why they have an advantage.
KGS is worryingly close to BVA.
Oh. KGS has almost reached the finish line and Bayview is still trying to catch up. KGS has an amazing lead and are refusing to give that up.
And the race is coming up on a close. KGS
That was an amazing performance by KGS and Bayview both. And eights is not an easy race and takes a lot of coordination and technique. And for them to be able to perform this well, despite the current pandemic conditions, is very commendable.
Also, KGS managed to maintain such a big lead despite the disadvantage on the far side. The tide is coming in, so
Rowing is an excellent sport. It gives you the main principle of life. It teaches you teamwork. It teaches you that if you want to advance in life, you have to be good at teamwork. It teaches you discipline because the rowing technique wants you to concentrate and perfect your style. It's an all-out sport. It moves every single bone of your body and muscle of your body. After maybe skiing and swimming, it's the best all-round sport. And it's the best stress buster. You're 50 years old, you're 40 years old, you're 60 years old, you don't know how to row, but you know how to swim, come and row with us. Believe me, after a stressful day of work, getting into the scull, going out into the boat in serene waters, especially on high tide, and if you are at the right time, at the right place, you'll find migrating birds. I've come across flamingos, egrets, storks. Just now we have drakes in the marshes, and we've got big gray egrets, which are like big gray storks. And unfortunately, the flamingos haven't come this year. But yes, it's an excellent sport. I encourage everyone to come and row, whatever age group. You don't have to be a young person. Just now we got the sculls out. Sculls are the most difficult things to row in. Are they neck and neck?
CS seems to be in the lead currently.
They're both in with a chance at this level. They're both in with a chance.
KGS is slowly catching up, and now they're neck and neck.
The lagging boat has to pick it up now if there has to be a chance for that boat.
KGS has managed to pick up.
They're neck and neck now. It's anybody's game.
KGS is known to pick up right in front of KBC, and they have managed. It's a very close race, ladies and gentlemen. It could be anyone's at this point. Both KGS and CS are trying to compete for the lead.
This could be a photo finish.
And race.
Under it. Please.
Good race.
We would like to thank our gold sponsors,
It's taking so long. They must be looking at the photo. Being an official, I can't cheer for my own school. I was a KGS boy. In fact, I was the first rowing bunch. In 1973, three of us got together, went to the principal and said, we want to introduce rowing as a sport. And in 1973, all three of us got a color in rowing. In those days, the best sportsmen in each field would get a color from the club, from the school.
I have Malik Abdullah Faisal here with me, who broke the 5,000 meter record this past Sunday with an 18:01. Abdullah, were you intimidated by your opponents before the race, and how did you feel when you finished and won the race and set a new record?
After I finished the race, it was honestly, the race was a great experience, and I wasn't at all intimidated by my competition. Actually, I actually respect Zayam Nasruddin a lot because I know how hard I trained, okay? And I broke my limits several times every week. Every week I did massive lengths, 10Ks, 20Ks. The fact that he came so close to my times, that just made, I mean, that tells you how much hard he worked. And that's just like massive respect to him.
Thank you, Abdullah. Thank you, and congratulations on your achievement.
Sir Jubilee Life Insurance, and our bronze sponsors United States Educational Foundation in Pakistan, ESEL Laboratories, Jafraji's, Engro Polymer and Chemicals, International Steel Limited, Hilton Pharma, Samba Bank, Habib Metropolitan Bank, and Bank Al Habib. Thank you. Please remember to follow all SOPs. Wear your mask over your nose and properly. Stay at least 3 feet away from each other and do not share waters or food. And
So let's talk about rowing. Rowing is, the main thing about rowing is your style, your technique, and your timing. Remember, it's not the strength, it's not your power, it's style and timing. You've got those two things smack on, your boat will beat even the strongest of crews. Remember that.
That's very true, and I must say that outdoor rowing isn't as forgiving as indoor rowing in terms of technique. If you're big enough, in indoor rowing, you'll still pull a good time, but if you're not careful about technique, practice, and coordination with your crew, outdoor won't be a piece of cake for you.
Have we got the eights going out now?
The eights have left. I think they're going to get ready to line up after this race.
The most enjoyable boat to row in is the eights. It is pure heaven and fun. Do you know that a bunch of our seniors, we would take the eight out from boat club early in the morning, go underneath the bridge, and go all the way almost till yacht club, where we'll break for nashta and then row back. We did that every winter for quite a while. We haven't done that for a long time. Maybe we should do it next year. What? Yacht club. We stopped at yacht club, break there. You'd have to there. Yeah, so you have to get out. In the water bit, yeah. Remember the last time we went out, Mr. Babai was us. We were in the channel, the main channel. He almost took us in the pier. I said, Babai sahab, marwa doge.
What a way to start the day.
There used to be a race many, many years ago, eons ago, even before that time. It was called the Harbour Cup. The reason why it was called the Harbour Cup, it would start near Manora and would end at Boat Club. That's why it was called the Harbour Cup. Yeah, it was one hell of a race. In those days, they had those huge boats, so they could take the chop and the waves that are there in the channel. Believe me, rowing in the channel is a challenge. With those huge ships down there you're talking about, that is roughly 2 to 3 feet high. So imagine going out in an 8 in waves like that. It's not easy. It takes a lot of skill. I would not recommend any junior rowers going out that way.
I don't know if you recall, but about 4 years ago at my last ISR, we had pretty bad waves up on the creek as well, and a lot of people ended up capsizing.
Yeah.
Yeah, me too, actually.
Yeah.
Right before the finish line, at catch with my partner Essen, this strong gust of wind comes and we just capsize.
Yeah. It must
And
have
we
hit
felt
you sideways.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
we felt absolutely powerless. So out in the channel, I can't imagine.
That's why I told Baba marwa denge. Because in the channel down there near oil pier, the waves were really high.
Yeah, and if you capsize, imagine how long even if a speedboat
No,
could
if
see
you capsize in the channel, you're gone.
Yeah, you're gone. Wow.
You're gone. You have to have a rescue boat standing by just to pull you out. The boat's are gone. Yeah, I used to sail too. I'm a sailor too. I windsurf too. And I used to sail in what is known as the Enterprise class from the yacht club. And I've capsized many times in the channel. But those boats are designed to be straightened and sailed out again. A rowing boat is not.
After this, okay.
Yeah, okay.
Race number 20, under 21 senior boys 8, KGS lane 2, CS lane 3. Race will start at 1:40.
Under 18, girls 8, CJM, CAS. Attention, go!
And we have the 8th race started.
Eights means a lot of skill, a lot of style, and a lot of timing. The crew that does not have timing, is washing and not rowing properly, is going to be at a disadvantage. Eights is demanding timing and style. Always remember that. It's not strength. The near side is ahead. Why? Because देखो far side में वो shallow boat. Far side should pick it up just now. Far side should pick it up. Far side is CJM. CJM should pick up the rate just now. Give 10 firm. They have to do that.
And CGM has just fallen behind. The gap is widening by the second.
Everyone, see what I told you about timing and technique. The timing and technique of boat number 3 is perfect. And that's what's helping them immensely. Look at them. Look at the splash. Look at the splash. And then you see they're very fast. Slow and long stroke with timing. Slow and long stroke with timing. You'll win. You don't have to go fast in an 8. In an 8, it's not necessary the rate. A slow, well-timed, long stroke with good style will get you much further than a fast stroke and an erratic style.
Eight. First CAS, second CJM.
Race number 20, under 21, senior boys 8, KG and CS.
Hi guys.
The race will start at 1:40. Thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Honestly, rowing has really changed for the past 3 to 4 years, especially because I would just highlight the points that I feel they are really, really, really important. So basically, in 2015, in their third year, they managed to win the Crown for the first time, and I feel it gave a lot of school a motivation. It, it gave a lot of school a motivation that if they can do it in their third year, so then it's really possible for all of us. So I think that was one of the reasons. The second reason I would say is that a lot of colleges working on the team building. And that has really, really, really improved their overall timings. I mean, if you look at it this year especially, there have been like 5 to 6 new records that have been made. So, it's very convenient for them to just go and do the morning after their classes. And yeah, that's pretty much the reason why I feel, it has really up.
Thank you so much and good luck for all your races.
three boats are in their own lanes, off to a good start. Side by side so far.
Currently shows to be seeing really good technique. Now, all three scullers are going at it. They have maintained to Nasirmanji and the open area of the track.
KGS has been left behind. CJM is ahead.
We have KGS in the near lane and CS in the far lane with CGM in the middle lane. Right now, you can't tell who's in the lead because it's very close next.
And CJM are close together. KGS has been left behind.
We are approaching the 500-meter mark, and we can see CGM in lane 2 is in the lead, trailed by CAS and KGS.
CJM has taken the lead. We're coming off at about 200 meters to go, 250.
CGM seems to be extending their lead. They're in a very comfortable lead at the moment with CS trailing them. And KGS currently in number 2.
CJM seems to intend to finish strong, increasing their lead by the second.
It remains to be seen whether CS will attempt to come back or not. But
And KGS has caught up to CAS. They might just make it for second place.
CGM seems to be comfortable in the lead, and now it seems to be a race between who's going to finish second, CS or KGS.
Jake.
Yes, indeed. KGS has indeed overtaken CS, and CS is now trailing. We're in the last 100 meters. It remains to be seen who's going to win.
And KGS is catching up to first place now. KGS has slowed down on their race compared to CJM. KGS and now we have 100 meters to go. Last couple of hours.
Mic check, 1 2 1 2.
What's up?
Okay.
What's up? How are you?
We asking you, were you in?
Part while rowing because it can distract you because you're closing your eyes, the glare is in your face, it's heating you up, you can't see where you're going. What do you think, Umar?
I myself have never used sunglasses. I normally just made use of a normal sports cap, a baseball cap, or something like that.
The cap is all good, but it only prevents the sun from the top, right? But all the glare that comes from the water surface itself that enters your eyes, it can throw you off course at times because you can't adjust to where your boat is going, if your boat is going left or right, if it's straight or not. You're constantly fighting the battle with your eyes as well while trying to maintain a straight form while rowing. It makes the task a lot more difficult, in my opinion.
That's a good point, but during races especially, because I wear prescription glasses, I take them off before my races anyways, because I'd be afraid of them falling off, because the rate on the water is quite high, and one small slip and they just come off.
You see, I've worn glasses my entire life as well, but I've never had an issue with that. Plus the fact that you can get prescription sunglasses as well.
Guys, when this race ends, you guys have to. Listen, now listen. You will see me on the screen. In कोई ज़रूरत नहीं. They know everything. I've been doing this since morning now. When did you come? When did you come? Yeah.
Senior girls pair pre-race final. Cedar lane 2, Lysum lane 3, KGS lane 4. Race number 24, under 21 senior girls pair.
The under 18 junior boys pairs race has now started.
All three teams seem to have started off really well. They're going at it hard, and they seem to be keeping up with each other at the moment. It's quite difficult to tell who's taking the lead at this point, but we will keep you informed as soon as we have any more updates.
Race number 24, senior girls pair pre-race final. Cedar Lysum KGS, please take your boats out. Cedar Lysum and KGS.
CS seem to be neck
boats
at the moment. We cannot currently see where KGS resides.
तो जसिया
It's a
ready
very
करो
close race between CS and Bayview Academy at the moment. Both pairs are keeping pace with each other, whilst KGS, yes indeed, it does seem to have taken a good lead. CS seems to be in the second position, with Bayview Academy slightly struggling with the way they're going. They might be off axis at the moment.
CAS is drifting off their lane. They're going into BVA's lane slowly. And now they're coming back
They
in.
do seem to be correcting their course, and they are still in the lead. So if they're able to correct their course properly during the middle part of the race, they might just catch up with KGS. Any second now they have, and they have surpassed KGS to take the lead.
I think it's anyone's race at the moment. There's still quite a few meters left. CS has overtaken KGS. They're in the lead now. And BVA
This is
is
indeed a very high skill race at the moment, because on a pairs you only have one oar each. You have to maintain power, you have to maintain speed, you have to maintain rhythm with your partner. Anything that puts you off slightly will make your boat deviate.
indeed coordination is more important in these races. A lack of coordination is much less forgiving on these boats than they are on the larger ones.
And CS does seem to have taken a commanding lead, and BVA has also come back. KGS seems to be losing pace, losing speed. Do they have
Hello.
enough power? Do they have enough mental grit? Strong.
I'd say CES has a comfortable lead on the other two boats.
Any moment now, the winners of the race are about to be announced. Please stay tuned.
Hi guys, I'm here with Zayam from Senior College, and I want to ask you, Zayam, how do you feel about your rival? We all know that both your races were very close ones, and we were all very excited to watch them.
Yeah, well, it was a very close race. To be that is pretty correct. And so Abdullah Faisal, he and I go way back, and I wasn't really scared of him. When he beat me in the nationals, it was a very close
Race
race. That
number
was a
22
.4
results,
second race,
under
50,000
18 junior
meters.
boys pairs.
And I just looked back at the year
CAS
before
first,
when he and I played
KGS
the 2,000
second,
as well.
PVA third.
So and I beat him in that too. But looking at this year, he and I have trained really well. Like I was just going through Instagram stuff, and I just saw the way he was training, and I spoke to him, and I called him up. In the back to rowing regattas, in the winter regattas, I saw his training improve. So he has actually he's done really well. For a guy only for 2 years of training, he's done really well. He's come a lot. He's come a pretty long way, pretty fast.
Okay, and what would you say your strategy was?
So strategy basically, I would divide the meters into different percentages. For example,
Race
in
number
the 2000,
24,
it was about
under 21 senior girls
4
player.
meters per 20%.
3 race final.
And 5,000 was
Cedar
5 meters
Lysam
per 20%.
KGS.
So according to that,
Please take your butts out.
I would not look at the meters. I would non-stop.
Race number 25.
Non-stop look at the average. Keep on bringing it
Under
up.
18 junior boys
And then
8.
after talking to Abdullah about his
KGS
about
lane
going
2,
average and
CS lane
everything,
3.
and when I saw it, he was
Shazad.
working out really well.
Idhar आओ.
And I saw that I didn't work out as hard as he did. And
Junior
he's really
boys
done well. I'm
8.
really proud of him. I'm sure he's
KGS
proud of me too.
lane 2, CS lane 3.
We are going to face each other on the water as well in the quads, but let's see what happens.
Okay, thank you so much, and good luck for your races.
Thank you.
Both teams have gone heavy in the start. The rate is pretty high and they're neck to neck at the moment. Both have managed to stay in their lanes and avoid crossing into one another.
And they've gone out
But
of their
now they
lane. They
have
seem to be crashing in.
oh my goodness. This is
And the
a
boats have
terrible
stopped.
start from Lyceum. They have
I think that is
that
ground
is a
for.
disqualification, yeah.
Yeah. We have the red flag. Unfortunately, that is a very early end to the race.
Terrible start.
Uncertain, but it looks like the boats have lined up again. We'll have to wait for any signal from the umpire.
I think we're going with a rolling start. What?
We don't know what they're doing right now.
And it looks like we've started the race once again. Another strong start by both the teams. And Lyceum has taken a small lead.
They're both very high on the rate at the moment. Lyceum is in the lead, but it is a long race. Let's see who can finish this first.
What happened previously was evidence of how wrong the boat can turn if there's no coordination between the teams. Because in sweep races like this, each person has one oar, they don't have two.
Also, another thing that's changed over the past few hours is the wind pressure. Compared to what it was a couple of hours ago, now it's much more difficult to keep your boat in the lane. So we just saw an example of that. Cedar has now taken the lead.
Oh no, water race, bro. Oh. Man, the angle just looks like so strange.
And Lyceum's bow has apparently dug the... But they have started to row again, and they're starting to pick it up. But Cedar has now taken a pretty substantial lead.
Yeah, very comfortable lead by Cedar.
They have now crossed the 500-meter mark. And Cedar's 8 looks comfortable at this rate. The stroke is maintaining a very comfortable rate, and the power is pretty much evident here.
Almost a boat length. It's boat length lead.
More than a boat length difference between the two.
More than that, seems 2 boat lengths now.
And now Cedar is at Beach Luxury into the final few strokes, and it is going to be a comfortable win for them. Strong finish.
Very good lane discipline by the Cedar team as well. They've stayed in their lane this entire time.
Senior boys D. Cedar first, Lyceum second.
going about. The water has picked up a current, and the water is simmering under the sun and the wind.
There's a lot of factors that the rowers now have to take into account. All the factors that Danish has mentioned, along with the fact that the sun seems to be rising, so it will still be getting hotter on the water.
Furthermore, the rowers now have to compensate for the crosswind that has now developed across. The rowers now have to compensate for the wind across the lanes. It's going to push them into the side, as we saw. And the sun's bright and out. There's no clouds, there's no shade. So the glare is going to be strong as well.
We are just about ready to start the under 21 senior girls pair race. The participants are taking their places on the starting pontoon. They're getting into positions in their lanes.
I'd like to tell the viewers at home the race you just watched, the eights. It's a prestigious event where 8 people have to work in complete synchronization and harmony to achieve a good race, and that's what Cedar just showed.
That is, I completely agree with you. 8 different individuals working together at the same rate, at the same pace, at the same power, just so they could make sure that the boats are straight. They're going in straight. There's no digging of the oars. There's no deviation of the boat left or right. The cox plays a major role in this race because they really take control of the entire team in a way. They're coaching the team through which side the boat is going towards, where to apply more power, where to pick up the pace, where to pick up the rate. The cox is an incredible.
I'd say the cox is the eyes and the ears of the boat. He keeps track of what's going on across the water and inside the boat. Both. He conveys the coach's thoughts and wishes.
Absolutely.
Yeah, exactly.
Absolutely. It's like a captain of the boat.
Exactly, you can say so. Not been possible.
along with our silver sponsors, Jubilee Life Insurance.
And not to forget our bronze sponsors, United States Education Foundation in Pakistan, ESA Laboratories, Jaffer G's, Anglo Polymer and Chemicals, International Steel Limited, Hilton Pharma, Sambo Bank, Habib Metropolitan Bank, and Bank Al Habib.
And our other sponsors, the Sports Store, Amin Bandukta and Co., Radiant Chemicals, Day Fresh, Vah Snacks, Fifth Element, Powerhouse, Building Solution, Soya Supreme, Rotisserie, IOBM, and Sleep Concept. Thank you all very much for sponsoring our event, making all of this possible, and allowing us to enjoy ourselves in the midst of this pandemic.
Keeping up with the pandemic, we'd like to assure you that all SOPs are being followed, strictly followed. Everybody is maintaining social distancing. Everybody has a mask on at all times. I'd like to remind everybody at the club to keep their mask on above their nose at all times to maintain social distance. I'd also like to remind the athletes at the club of our motto to arrive, compete, and leave. Do not linger out after your race at the club. It's unrequired and unprofessional given the pandemic. Thank you.
We implore everyone not to take any undue, unnecessary risks, especially in the midst of this pandemic. We wish to see good races, people compete, but in a manner that is proficient and does not put anyone in any sort of undue danger.
Next race, under 21 senior boys double scull, pre-race final. KGS lane 2, Cedar lane 3, Lysam lane 4. Please take your words out. Race number 21, senior boys double scull, pre-race final. KGS Cedar Lysam, please take your words out.
senior girls under 21 coxless pairs.
seem to have taken a strong start, although Lyceum does seem to be going a little.
Lyceum has gone a bit astray, but we can see the near lane KGS pulling ahead, clearly pulling ahead, so the race is a continue.
Race number 27, under 18 junior girls pair, 3-race final.
The umpires
CS lane
found
2,
no
KGS
foul
lane
play to
3,
be
CGM
done, so
lane
the race
4.
is
Please take your boards out.
continuing on. We can see a white flag.
Lyceum is being guided back into their lanes while KGS and Cedar continue to perform really well. They are pulling hard, they're pulling fast, they're pulling in rhythm. Lyceum has a mammoth task in front of them. They have to get back into their own lane while maintaining speed and maintaining their chase for the lead.
Well put, Omar. Exactly, this is going on. As mentioned before, a pair is a very high skill boat where you depend on your teammate for a perfect race. As each of the person on a boat has one single oar, and they have to work in perfect harmony, so that they can leap ahead.
Yes, any discrepancies in power, pace, rate, anything at all can lead the boat astray, and the race becomes infinitely harder as opposed to becoming easier.
Exactly, and now that a wind has developed, you also have to keep in mind the crosswind that can push you towards the side. It seems as if Lyceum has pulled back the distance they lost.
Yes, and currently KGS is in the lead, followed by Lyceum, and then Cedar has lost a lot of pace. They are currently sitting at number 3. It's a race between KGS and Lyceum at this point. Lyceum seems to be pulling harder. They're trying to make up that distance between them and KGS. KGS see them as a threat, and so they have upped their pace quite a bit. But Lyceum is keeping up the pace. They're keeping up the chase, and they're slowly but surely going to take over from KGS the lead.
It seems as if the distance between them is now less than one boat, as they have crossed the 500-meter mark, and they are now approaching boat club. If Lyceum keeps this up, KGS might be looking at a second place, because it's very close right now. Lyceum is doing very well, given the bad start.
KGS seems to have stabilized a bit more. Their pace is and rhythm is on point. Lyceum seems to be losing a bit of their power right as they were about to overtake KGS, but KGS seems very comfortable in the lead right now. Does Lyceum have enough reserve in the tank to pull it out in the last 500 meters?
The difference is one boat length right now. KGS is in the lead with one boat length. It's on Lyceum. Are they going to make it? Are they going to break it?
Cedar has definitely fallen out of the pace. This is a race between KGS and Lyceum at this point.
Lyceum is really catching up. Both are giving their best. This is what this event is for. We're approaching the last 100-meter boys. The red boys tell us how much race is left.
This is exactly where you take everything you have out there on the water. You need to up your pace if you want to win. This is a battle between minds.
It seems as if Lyceum has picked up the lead from KGS. We might be wrong. due to the angle of the
Might
cameras,
be
but
a camera finish.
it seems as if Lyceum has taken the lead from KGS. Is this really happening?
Seems taking the lead. There's just a bit more for the race to go.
I think we are in the last 20 meters.
It's a very close
Lyceum
race.
has
It's a very
taken
close
it
race, but I feel that Lyceum has pulled it off.
all the way from the back of the pack to the front. And it seems, yes, Lyceum did indeed win this race. Good race by the girls. Good rowing.
That was a wonderful race, a wonderful competition. That was a pleasure to see. I hope that the rest of the races today are somewhat alike to what we just saw.
I hope so. I hope so, Umar,
the
because
persistence.
the spirit shown by these Lyceum girls is the true.
Results for race 24.
Next race, we have junior boys under 18 eights. We have KGS in lane 2 and CES in lane 3.
Copy.
But this is not.
अबे माइक तो क्या माइक तो बंद माइक चल रहा है ना मैं कह रहा हूँ आप अपनी चीजें पूरी रखें बस कैमरा घुमाना होगा माइक कैसे उधर जाके बताऊं उनको चल रहा है क्या माइक चल नहीं रहा क्या नहीं आपके बिल्कुल ऑफिसर्स हैं इनके पीछे जो लोग बैठे हैं वो पेंट शर्ट माइक तो चल रहा है ये देखें ये आवाज आ रही है इससे स्पीकर से
हेलो
हाँ ठीक
Race number 27, under 18 junior girls pair. CS CS lane 2, KGS lane 3, CGM lane 4. Please take your boats out. Senior under 18 junior girls pair. 3 days final, CS, KGS, CGM.
कहाँ गया ऐसे
We are lining up for the next race, which is junior boys under 18 eights with KGS in lane 2, CES in lane 3. We'll be starting momentarily. Setting up the boats at the start pontoon for an 8 is a bit of a task due to the length of the boat and the size and the weight. An average 8 boat weighs in at 96 kilograms. Did you know that, Umar?
I did not. Are you telling me the boat weighs more than the participants themselves?
Maybe one participant, it's possible. It's a 96 kilogram boat compared to a measly 14 kilograms for a Vintex Skull.
No wonder the skull glides so much smoother on the water. And they're off. We have started the under 18 junior boys 8s race with the Cox. Both CS and KGS seem to be doing really well at this point.
We have KGS in lane 2 and CES in lane 3. And it seems as if both the teams have had a good start. They're in the starting initial few strokes of the race, which is usually 5 ups or 10 ups to a certain point, which is usually 150 meters. After that, you go towards a long stroke. So you maintain that you maintain a balance between your rate and your power.
I find this quite incredible, Danish, that under 18s, these kids aren't even 18 years old and they're performing so well on the water. They have rhythm, they have the ability, the technical abilities, they have the strength, the stamina, and the speed, the mental fortitude to perform so well, link up together for a race and compete against each other. It's quite mind-boggling.
I
isn't
think this
it?
just points to good coaching. Kudos to both of their coaches. They have done a fantastic job. I know that there's a pandemic going on, but they have been following all SOPs. They have been coming to the club for the past 2-3 months every day in the morning, and they have been going out on the water, putting in the distance, as they say, for rowing jargon, mile after mile after mile after mile, circuit after circuit, to make that muscle memory, so that these crucial few oars are counted. Each oar, it puts you further than your opposition.
KGS does seem to have the lead at this point. CS is trying desperately to pick up the pace. KGS
We have
KGS
passed
is
the 500
coming off the
meter
pace
mark.
slightly, while CS does seem to be picking it up at this point.
We are now at
Very
Karachi
close
Boat
race.
Club, exactly, and CES does seem to have picked it up from KGS. KGS is now trailing by a quarter of a boat length. CES
This is a very, very close race, everyone. This is a very close race. CS has picked it up, and so has KGS. They're giving it everything they have on the water right now. All 16 members of the team.
CES seems to be spectacularly well maintained, well poised, calm rowing. The cox seem to be in control, but you couldn't say for sure both because this competition is neck and neck.
I feel that this will come down to the last 100 meters. They're very close together. Whoever has even the slightest more amount of effort left in them, the amount of will they have, it'll all come down to the last 100 meters.
It's either that or one mistake. Even the smallest mistake at this point could put you back miles. But if both
I honestly hope there are no mistakes because this is a beautiful race to witness. Anyone who's watching rowing for the first time today, this is exactly what we hope for. Every single time we go on the water.
this is exactly what we
race.
train for. This is exactly why we push ourselves every day, every morning. You wake up at 6 in the morning, you come to the club, you train, you train, you train, just for this moment.
And it does seem to be that CS has won this race with KGS coming in second.
Yeah.
Results for race.
Finish when you announce. ओके तो क्या गड़बड़ कर रहा है
I asked him, this is what we have. But it keeps dropping, that's the thing. Yeah, no, it is. The problem is, we don't have an output. We don't know when to switch to the channel. The storage time is with ideal people, but the live stream, we don't have an output. We don't know when to that's what I told them. After
पकड़ के छोड़ देती है
हाँ
इस्तेमाल करना नहीं आ रहा होगा
guys
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here joined by the Lyceum ex-vice captain and current coach, the man, the myth, the legend, Ahsan Rashid.
Hello, sir. How are you?
So, Ahsan, as you can see, this year we've adapted the regatta so much to take into account for the necessary SOPs. So, similarly, could you tell me about any new challenges that you might have come across training the team this year?
Yeah. First off, hats off to the KBC for maintaining the SOPs. the challenges this year were faced by that due to the SOPs and the parents were also involved, and they were constantly in touch with the senior management and the core team in making sure that the students are staying safe. We had a few setbacks towards the end when a few of our members had to step down, go into isolation. So we had to make sure we have enough subs and train them.
please.
Thank you, Essen.
KGS.
Could you also tell me about how you drew from your competitive experience in rowing as the coach for Lyceum? As we all know, your doubles 2017 was quite legendary.
Yeah, so I was part of the Lyceum crew as well, and then I got the chance to coach the Lyceum team right after I graduated. So based on my experiences, I got the chance to row on the water and indoor. So when I started coaching, I knew I could relate to the rowers. I knew what they were going through. I knew the course, how you're supposed to pull in a race. So I could give them my feedback. I gave them my experience, which I think helped the crews win and pull really good races as well in the past few races.
Result for race number 25.
All right, amazing, Essen. Good luck for the rest of the day.
Junior boys 8 plus, CAS first, KGS second.
And
And we are lining up for the next race. Under 21 senior boys doubles. We have KGS in lane 2, Cedar in lane 3, and Lyceum in lane 4, which is the near lane.
This should be a very interesting race. All three teams have put up some of their best rowers for this heat. It remains to be seen which two coordinate the best.
Exactly. This being a senior boys event, under 21, this is going to be an interesting race. I hope so we get a good close race, because those are the exciting ones.
It seems as though Lyceum and Cedar have taken their lanes. Meanwhile, KGS is still in the process of taking theirs. Once all three are in position, we will be beginning this race. Everyone stay tuned.
I'd like to thank our gold sponsor HVL Asset Management for sponsoring this event. Next race, under 21 senior boys doubles. We have KGS in lane 2, Cedar in lane 3, Lyceum in lane 4. For those of you watching from home, lane 4 is the near lane. So Lyceum is in the near lane, Cedar is in the center lane, and KGS is in the far lane.
And we welcome everyone sitting at home to send us questions on the YouTube chat. We would love to have conversations with you.
This race is senior under 21 boys doubles with KGS, Cedar, and Lyceum. KGS being in the far lane, Cedar being in the center lane, Lyceum being in the near lane.
Do feel free to ask us anything, whether it be pertaining to the race or us commentators as individuals. We'd be more than willing to have conversations with anyone.
Once again, senior boys under 21 doubles. We're going to be starting momentarily. We can see the boats have lined up at the start pontoon. This is starting. This is race number 26, and we have started with Lyceum in lane 4, Cedar in lane 3, KGS in lane 2. And it seems as if Lyceum has gone a bit astray, but they have managed to keep their track. And they're back in the lane, and they're pulling straight, and they're pulling true.
It seems to be a good start for all three teams. They are keeping up with each other. Cedar and KGS seem to be developing a slight lead over Lyceum at this point. It remains to be seen who will take the lead, who will pick up the pace, who will separate themselves from the rest.
This is race number 26. So it seems as if from preliminary results that Cedar seems to be in the lead, followed by KGS and Lyceum in the third place, but it could be anybody's race, as we haven't even reached the 500-meter mark yet.
It seems to me that they're having a tough time with the wind. They are applying quite a bit of power, but they're exerting a lot of effort just to try to keep in their lanes and keep a straight boat at this point. Guys, we cannot explain how difficult these conditions at the moment are for these contestants, for these participants, because everything is against them at this point. The current is against them. They have to push hard, they have to push straight. The wind is constantly sending them off kilter. Meanwhile, they have to adjust every single stroke.
So the race has crossed the 500-meter mark and is now reaching the boat club. It seems as if Cedar is in the lead in lane 3, followed closely by KGS in lane 2, and with Lyceum in lane 4 in the last place as of right now.
Cedar is in a very commanding lead at this point, with KGS in second, Lyceum in third.
Cedar seems to be beating KGS at this point by about 3 boat lengths.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is what great conditioning looks like. A very difficult race made to look extremely easy by the Cedar under 21 boys. They made it seem absolutely effortless throughout.
Exactly, they have smoked the competition out of the water. They, even if they easily start to pace down, they will still finish the race in the front, I believe.
Danish, I don't believe that they've even had to exert everything they had. They still seem to be in second or maybe third gear at this point. They could shift it a couple of gears more for the finish if they want to, but a very convincing win.
That's entirely true because this just points to very good training. This just is the result of very good training over the period of the past few months, just showing in 2 minutes on the water.
Coach Merdl seems to have done a wonderful job on.
And that is finished. Cedar seems to have grabbed the first place. Followed by KGS. With Lyceum still finishing the race. Next race, we have race number 27, Junior Girls Under 18 Coxless Pairs. We have CAS, KGS and CJM.
The under 18 junior girls pairs race is underway between CS, KGS, and CJM. All three have taken a good start.
We have CAS in lane 2.
Team manager meeting will be held half an hour after the last race.
KGS in lane 3, which is the center lane, and CJM in the near side lane.
Thank you.
KGS seems to have some difficulty staying
All
on course.
coaches, coordinator.
They seem to be drifting a bit. they have to course correct, and
Team
then they
management
have to start applying
meeting
power.
will be held half an hour after the
To
last
gain back
race.
the lost pace, but the umpire board seems to have given a white flag, which means no foul play, and the race will continue on.
Meanwhile, CS seems to have issues of their own as well. They too seem to be a little off kilter at this point. They are rowing in a diagonal.
But they seem to have corrected now. The race is about to reach Nasser Vanchi, which is shortly behind the 500-meter mark. I'd like to remind the viewers at home this is a 1,000-meter race, which is exactly half of what the world standard is, which is usually a 2K.
I feel that all three teams have dropped the pace a bit because they're having a difficult time managing on the water. What they're trying to do is steer, and once they feel that they have the correct position is when I feel they will start to exert more power and more pace.
Exactly. The conditions for rowing have worsened since morning. The wind has picked up more pace since the lunch break, and the tents have started to fly around. So I can understand how difficult it is to stay on the water and to keep on track. Also, that the tide is now in, they have to row both against the wind and the tide. We are now reaching the 500-meter mark, and it seems as if CAS in lane 2 is in the lead, followed closely by CJM and KGS in lane 4 and 3 respectively. CAS do not seem to be in a rush. They're just maintaining the pace and the technique. Good rowing so far.
The CS under 18 girls team has done a wonderful job. They're in a very, very commanding lead.
They seem to have a lead of at least 5 boat lengths, I believe. The CES boat has crossed boat club, and the CGM team is at the half marker for the boat club.
Meanwhile, KGS does seem to be suffering quite a bit. They have to pick up the pace. They have to pick up the speed. They have to grit themselves, hunt down, and give it their all if they want to at least finish second in this race. CS is still rowing hard.
CES is just reaching the red buoys, which mark the last 100 meters of the race. They got a considerable lead at the start, and they have maintained that. They did not need to rush on the seats. They did not need to put too much power. They were smooth sailing for them. Good rowing, good clean rowing, and they have now reached this end line. And it's going to be race end in a few strokes. There you can see the finish line, and lane 2, CS.
CS seems to have finished first. Danish, this race does show to me that technique is very, very important.
Especially for a boat like a pair, technique is the most important thing. If you don't have the technique, your power will go to waste. No matter how much you put, if you don't have the technique, you won't go a straight line. You might as well just go round and round in a circle.
For sure, and the CS girls team showed brilliant technique throughout, didn't exert themselves more than they needed to. They just got into lead, maintained it, and let their technique dictate their pace.
Good training. This points to good training, good coaching. Your hard work pays off. Definitely, it pays off. As who would have thought? Last race of the day. We are now going to senior girls under 21 eights. We have Cedar in lane 2, KGS in lane 3.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm joined here by KGS rower, Haya Adnan Ali. She's the current record holder for under 18 girls 5,000 meters. Thank you for joining us, Haya.
First,
Thank you so
CAS.
much.
Second, CJM.
Haya, as someone with a feel of both
Third,
outdoor and
KGS.
indoor rowing, could you tell us the difference between what it feels like and the training required for both of them?
So for indoor, it's more about your power, and you don't really have to focus on your skill. More about maintaining your pressure and your power. Whereas for outdoor, a lot more like training is required because you need to fix so many things: your balance, your technique, your pace, and you need to fix all of these because it's not just about power. If like the technique is not perfect, your power won't matter because so many things are important. There's course and so many other things. Whereas indoor, you're just focused on your power.
Thank you for sharing your thoughts with us, Haya, and good luck for your race.
Thank you.
Personal problem है भाई.
We are now lining up for the last race of the day. Senior girls under 21 eights. We have Cedar in lane 2, KGS in lane 3. The boats will be lining up and will be starting momentarily. Why can't we see how many viewers? We have 61 people watching. We have 61 people. Day under 21 senior girl eights. We have Cedar in lane 2, KGS in lane 3. I think there seems to be some issues with. There seemed to be an issue with the KGS board in lining up, but I believe that will be fixed soon. We're just waiting for that to start the last race of the day. We had a long day. We've been here since 8:30 in the morning, and after this, we'll see you tomorrow in the morning, same time at 8:30 a.m. It seems as if both boats are lined up now, and I think just momentarily we will start the last race for the day, under 21 senior girls 8s.
Here's hoping we end the day off at a high with a great race between these two schools.
And we have started. Well, I believe given the conditions of the water, KGS had a bit of a rough start. CS seemed to be in the lane, but KGS have managed to pull back the position. I'd like to tell the people who don't know, if you deviate off the course, you have a larger distance to row compared to your opposition to come back in the lane.
Cedar seems to have started off really well. They're keeping in their lane, they're keeping straight, and they're rowing together. KGS, after somewhat of a discomforting start, have gotten back on track, and they are now slowly but surely picking up the pace. They want to overtake Cedar as soon as they possibly can. They don't want Cedar to build up any kind of lead at this point. They don't want to make their work harder right at the end.
As long you have lost control, means
All managers and captain team manager meeting will be held 20 minutes after this race.
if you are slow.
20 minutes after this race,
We have
team
crossed
manager meeting
Nasivanji
will
and
be held.
we are just approaching the 500 meter
Kindly
mark.
attend. All managers and team captains. Thank you.
It seems as
सब
if
captains and managers team managers meeting attend करें इस रेस के खत्म होने के 20 मिनट के बाद. Thank you.
KGS seem to have
Kindly
picked
attend
up
the meeting. Thank you.
the trail. They seem to be neck and neck with CES, Sai Zero College.
Yes, KGS does seem to have caught up quite a bit. It's a very close race now.
That's what I said.
And we're only almost halfway through. There's a lot of this race to go.
We can hear both the coxes screaming at the crews.
The coxes are screaming.
It is a very close race, exactly, but KGS seems to be pulling ahead.
Their
Exactly.
teammates are screaming in the rafters. Both KGS is putting in a lot of pressure on Cedar at the moment. KGS is picking up the pace and they intend to take over from Cedar. They have, in fact.
Because the
Well, it also feels as if Cedar has lost a lot of power during this time as well. KGS is high on emotion and adrenaline at this point. They are pulling as hard and as fast as they can. They're keeping their boat as straight as possible. To pick up the pace, they have to show a bit of grit. They have
exactly.
pedal. They're speeding up still. Cedar seems completely done. They are not in a position where they have
KGS
enough
birds
energy
are
at this
fighting
point.
for their lives at this point, and it shows what it means to them, what this race means to them. They want to make up for the mistake they made. They want to show that they're better than this.
KGS winning this race will make their entire team very, very proud. A very commendable effort by both teams. They've made this a very good race, a very close race.
We are now at the finish line. I believe it's going to be a very close finish.
Ooh, and
it seems as
KGS
if
edges
KGS
it by half a board. That is beautiful. Beautiful rowing by KGS.
KGS, even with a bad start, they did manage to catch the lead just a quarter of a board towards the end. Good rowing by them. Sadly, Cedar were calm, but they could not pick it up towards the end.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am joined here by Zoya Adnan, the middle school captain for KGS. Thank you for joining us, Zoya.
Hello.
Zoya, congratulations on your 8th race. It was quite the close race. Can you walk us through what you were thinking your team was at
So our eighth was a pretty close race, but we picked it up at the end and we pulled through. Like we were training and we trained really hard, and I'm glad that we won our eighth. So we have a heats tomorrow, which determines whether we reach the finals. So I'm pretty confident that we're gonna win that, inshallah. And yeah.
That's great. Good luck for your races and thank you for joining us.
Sir, you get a picture, please. The HBL thing is. I got the HBL.
Star of my dreams.
Day one of our outdoor inter-school regatta. We would like to thank everyone that made all of this possible, including our sponsors, everyone viewing at home, and the participants who have competed so thoroughly in this day. Everyone, we thank you for being here with us, for making all of this possible, for enjoying every single moment of this day with us. And with that, we would like to sign out and welcome you back tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. for day 2. Thank you very much. This is Umar and Danish signing off.
Thank you.
Thank you.